Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is The Postman of Forgotten Places. Chapter 1, The Postman and His Route. The postman was a quiet figure, almost a shadow against the worn-out world. He had no memory of when he first began delivering letters to forgotten places, nor did he question why the duty had fallen to him. It simply was. The task was as much a part of him as breathing, though he rarely stopped to wonder if he even needed to breathe anymore. He traveled alone, riding a curious contraption that resembled a bicycle but shimmered strangely in the light. It clicked and hummed with an internal clockwork no mortal hands had assembled, and when he pedaled, the tires scarcely touched the ground. In his side-slung satchel, an ancient, bottomless bag woven from starlight and memory, nestled dozens of letters, each one destined for a place that most of the world had long ceased to remember. The road he followed was not marked on any living map. It bent strangely around corners, led through forests that shifted behind him, and crossed rivers that gleamed silver under moonlight. Sometimes it would disappear entirely, and he would ride across fields of mist, or drift through the ruins of civilizations, reduced to little more than stone teeth jutting from the earth. Each letter had a scent, a weight, a warmth. A letter to a sunken island might smell faintly of salt and sorrow. A letter to a burned-down village might feel brittle, as if it might crumble into ash. But the postman never opened the letters. It was a sacred rule. What was written was for the recipient alone, even if that recipient was only the echo of a memory. Somewhere between the world that was and the world that might have been, the postman lived. He had no home in the ordinary sense. Occasionally he would pause at a crossroad where forgotten inns once stood, sleeping in places where the walls had crumbled away and ivy had claimed the hearth. The sky above these crossroads was always strange, sometimes filled with green stars, sometimes lit by twin moons. It was as if he were riding through the gaps between reality's seams. Though he met few travelers, there were beings who recognized him. At an abandoned well, deep within the Wraithwood, an old woman once bowed to him and offered a handful of berries that glowed like embers. In the silent dunes, a figure made of sand and voice alone once whispered blessings as he passed. None ever tried to stop him. None ever asked for his name. He wore a coat of many pockets, patched with fabric from 1,000 forgotten flags. His boots, cracked and worn, left footprints that disappeared within moments. His face was neither young nor old, and if you looked too closely, you might feel a headache coming on, as if you had glimpsed something your mind could not hold on to. Every day, or whatever passed for a day in his wandering, new letters appeared in his satchel. He never saw who placed them there. He simply felt the gentle tug of duty and resumed his endless journey. Today, as he pedaled along a bridge suspended in mid-air, with mist swirling far below, he noticed the satchel rustle and shift. Another letter had arrived. He smiled faintly, a smile worn more by habit than feeling. Another delivery, another forgotten place, another ghost waiting to be remembered. Without looking, he reached into the satchel and pulled free the newest envelope. It was made of heavy parchment, its edges crumbling slightly with age. The handwriting was delicate, swirling like vines across the surface. There was no stamp, no return address. The postman squinted, tilting the letter toward the soft golden light that hovered over the bridge. His gloved hand froze. For the first time he could remember, if he could remember, he saw his own name written across the envelope. To the postman. Delivery. Urgent. The words pulsed faintly, as if alive. The postman stood very still atop the bridge of mist and memory, the bicycle's wheels spinning slowly beneath him. For a long time, he simply stared at the letter, feeling something stirred deep inside, a sensation like the first crack of ice before it breaks. In the distance, thunder rumbled over forgotten mountains. The mist thickened, and the path before him shimmered and shifted. For the first time in an eternity, the postman felt uncertainty, and perhaps even fear. Cradling the letter against his chest, he pushed forward into the unknown, the road dissolving and reforming beneath his wheels, carrying him toward the place where all forgotten things, and perhaps he himself, had begun. Chapter 2. Letters to the Lost. The postman's satchel was heavier than usual. Not in the way of weight, not physically, but as if the letters inside carried emotions so dense they warped the air around them. They rustled softly, almost whispering to each other, and sometimes when he listened carefully, he could hear fragments of their longing, laughter, weeping, the clatter of a closing door. The mist receded as he pedaled down into a valley that should not have existed. Ancient trees bent low over the path, their trunks hollowed and weeping sap that gleamed like amber. Lanterns swung from their branches, glowing with memories trapped inside. A child's birthday, a final farewell, a promise broken under a blood-red sunset. This was the first stop of the evening. The postman reached into the satchel and pulled free the first letter. It smelled faintly of smoke and wild flowers. He read the address without speaking aloud. Speaking aloud could disturb the journey of a letter, and set off toward the ruins barely visible between the twisted trees. The village had no name anymore. Its signs were broken, its streets swallowed by moss. Only a few skeletal walls remained, surrounding a square where a fountain had once bubbled happily. Now the fountain was dry, and at its heart stood a stone figure so worn by time that its features were all but erased. The postman dismounted and approached respectfully. He placed the letter at the base of the fountain, weighting it with a single stone. He waited. Always, he waited. The air shivered. The ground hummed. And for a moment, just a blink of time, the fountain's basin filled with water once more, clear and shining, and a child's laughter echoed across the empty square. The postman touched the brim of his weathered cap and turned away, leaving the memory to settle back into silence. He journeyed on, climbing a broken path toward the cliffs above the valley. There, nestled in the rocks like a forgotten shell, waited the next destination. It was a lighthouse, or rather, what remained of one. A few jagged stones and a corroded lamp still clinging to life, battered by non-existent winds. Once, long ago, it had shone across a vast ocean, but the sea had withdrawn, abandoning the lighthouse and its keeper to dust and silence. The postman felt the tug again and withdrew another letter. This one was stitched closed with thin red thread. It was trembling faintly, like a heart beating too fast. With reverence, he climbed the cracked spiral stair to the top of the lighthouse, each step moaning beneath his boots. At the summit, he placed the letter on the shattered windowsill, facing the horizon where no ships sailed anymore. As he set it down, the letter unfurled of its own accord, the thread snapping with a sound like a sigh. A single voice, deep and full of longing, murmured through the ruins. "I'm sorry I left." The postman waited until the voice faded. He bowed low, offering the respect due to apologies too late and too true. Night bled into the strange world, though the sky remained a deep, unnerving violet. Neither starry nor dark. Still, the postman pressed onward, following the subtle pull of the satchel's next delivery. At the base of a dying tree, its bark etched with spirals and forgotten alphabets, he found the place for the third letter. This letter was different. It was wrapped in green silk, and when he touched it, he smelled rain and the sharpness of fresh leaves. The ground was cracked, dry, and broken around the tree, but as soon as the postman tucked the letter between its gnarled roots, the earth around him shuddered. Tiny green shoots sprouted from the cracked soil. For just a breath, the tree stood straighter, its branches lifting as if it remembered what it was to grow. The postman smiled sadly. So many places he visited could only remember for a moment. A flash of life, then stillness again. He often wondered if it was cruel to stir these memories, but the letters had to be delivered. It was their final right. At the edge of his senses, he felt the weight of the final letters of the evening still pressing against his side. Each one had its own secret grief, a message never sent to a soldier lost in an unmarked war, a wedding invitation for a town that burned before the bride ever reached the altar, a letter of hope written to an island swallowed by the sea. Each letter would find its mark, even if the people were gone, even if the streets were dust and the doors collapsed inward like broken promises. Even if only ghosts or memories remained. The postman's duty was not to question. It was to deliver hope, apology, memory, whatever the letter carried, before it was lost forever. And yet tonight, the letter in his satchel with his own name upon it seemed to glow brighter, warmer, more insistent. Its presence was a constant pressure, a reminder that perhaps tonight's deliveries were different. Perhaps the road ahead would not simply lead to another forgotten place, but to the deepest forgotten place of all, himself. Without speaking, without hesitating further, the postman gripped the handlebars of his strange bicycle and rode on, into the folding mist, into the places no maps dared name, with the letters pressed close against his heart. Chapter 3. The letter with no address. The mist thickened the farther he rode, until the world itself seemed reduced to smudges of light and movement. The road, if it could still be called that, wound in impossible loops. Sometimes he pedaled straight up vertical cliffs without feeling the strain. Other times, he coasted down into valleys that shimmered like paintings on rippling water. Still, the letter in his satchel tugged at him. It wasn't a physical pull, not like gravity or a rope. It was something deeper, a magnetic tug on the soul itself. Every time he reached into the satchel thinking to deliver the next message, his hand brushed against it, the letter bearing his own name. And each time, a tiny tremor passed through him, a whisper at the edge of hearing, a heartbeat that wasn't entirely his own. He had delivered thousands, perhaps millions of letters in his time as the postman of forgotten places. But never, not once, had a letter been addressed to him. The rules he lived by were simple. Deliver each letter without fail. Do not open what is not yours. Do not linger too long in any forgotten place. Above all, do not forget yourself. It was the last rule he suddenly found hardest to remember. The letter in his satchel seemed to gnaw at his sense of self, unraveling him stitch by stitch. He needed answers. He rode until the mist parted to reveal a signpost, leaning drunkenly to one side, its wooden arms pointed in every direction. The words too faded to read. But the postman knew this place, or perhaps it knew him. This was the crossroads of the broken ways, a place older than memory itself. And nearby, at the summit of a steep and crumbling cliff, lived the oracle of broken maps. If anyone could tell him where a letter with no address was meant to go, it would be her. He dismounted carefully, letting his bicycle hum quietly in place. The path to the cliff's top was narrow and treacherous, made of loose stones and memories of paths long forgotten. Birds made of parchment and ink fluttered overhead, their brittle wings shedding tiny flakes of forgotten knowledge with every beat. He climbed. The wind grew colder as he ascended, carrying voices from places long dead. Whispers curled around his ears. Don't look back. Find what you lost. The end is where you began. He ignored them. Whispers were common in forgotten places, and not all were to be trusted. At the peak, nestled in a crumbling tower, made of shattered compasses and fractured sextants, the oracle awaited. She was not what he expected. The oracle looked like a young woman, wrapped in rags of star maps and river charts, her hair cascading down her shoulders like tangled cartographer's lines. Her eyes were completely white, pupils lost to some deeper vision, but she smiled warmly when he approached, as if she had been expecting him for a long, long time. "Postman," she said, her voice carrying the weight of many forgotten tongues. "You have come seeking the road that does not exist." He said nothing. Words were seldom needed between old souls. Instead, he reached into his satchel and drew out the letter. It was heavier now, as if filled with gravity itself. The wax seal, an unfamiliar sigil, an Ouroboros of ink devouring its own tail, shone dimly in the fading light. The oracle tilted her head and beckoned him forward. She did not touch the letter. She merely inhaled deeply, as if drawing its scent into herself. "A place beyond forgetting," she murmured. "A destination that even the maps refused to remember. That is where you must go." The postman frowned slightly. He had delivered letters to sunken cities, burned kingdoms, even to stars that had died. What could possibly lie beyond even the act of forgetting? The oracle reached out and touched his forehead with one calloused finger. Instantly, visions erupted behind his closed eyes. A city of spiraling towers collapsing inward in endless loops. A field of clocks, their hands spinning faster than thought. A child standing alone at the center of a labyrinth, holding a paper airplane folded from an unfinished letter. He gasped, stumbling backward. The oracle's voice followed him like a tether. "You were not always the postman," she said gently. "You once had a name, a home, a story of your own." The postman clutched the letter tightly to his chest, his breath ragged. "You must deliver the letter to the place where your story was lost. the oracle said. Only then will you know who you truly are. But where is it? He rasped, his voice hoarse from disuse. The oracle smiled, a sad, knowing smile. You will not find it on any map, she said. You must follow the cracks in the world, the places where reality bleeds. The road will reveal itself to you if you have the courage to see. The tower began to tremble beneath them, the walls groaning as if protesting truths too heavy to bear. The postman bowed low in thanks, even as the ground beneath him began to crack. He ran, leaping from stone to stone, his satchel pounding against his side. Behind him, the oracle's tower collapsed in a silent whirlwind of broken maps, the stars scattering like dust. Back at his bicycle, he paused, one hand on the handlebars. The letter pulsed warmly against his chest, as if urging him onward. He mounted up. Ahead of him, a new path unspooled across the air, a narrow thread of light barely wide enough for his tires. It led away from everything he knew into a yawning void of swirling mist and broken stars. Without looking back, the postman pedaled forward, carrying the letter with no address, and the hope, perhaps, of finding the place where even forgetting had been forgotten. Chapter 4. Seeking the First Clue. The road was no longer made of cobblestones or mist or memory. It was something thinner, frailer, a silver filament suspended across a void so vast it made the postman dizzy to look down. Below him, scattered like fallen embers, floated fragments of places that once were a cathedral's broken spire, a sunken library with its pages fluttering like dying moths, the ruins of a playground where swings still twisted in an invisible breeze. Each pedal forward was an act of faith. The filament trembled beneath him, but somehow, impossibly, held. Ahead, the path forked, one thread curved downward, into a swirling blackness that stank of rust and rot. The other curved upward, toward a flickering glow, distant as a star seen through thick fog. The postman trusted his instincts, or perhaps the instincts of the letter, which seemed to grow warmer against his chest, and chose the upward path. He rode for what felt like days, though in this space, time was as fluid as the mist that swirled around him. The violet skies overhead gave way to green, then gold, then a shimmering silver that dripped from the stars like rain. At last, the path ended, merging with the broken edge of a once great city floating alone in the void. It was here, among the shattered marble columns and drifting streets, that the postman found his next clue. The city had no name. Not anymore. Its buildings leaned drunkenly, their reflections shimmering in puddles of memory that clung to the stones. Ghost lanterns bobbed overhead, casting pools of light that moved independently of the broken streets. The postman dismounted carefully. His boots rang hollow on the marble. He wandered through the empty avenues, the letter's warmth pulsing gently in time with his steps. It led him past statues defaced by time, past gardens where iron vines strangled withered trees, past windows staring blankly out into the endless mist. The city seemed utterly dead, but in the center of a vast circular plaza, he found it, a pedestal, cracked and moss-covered, on which sat an object that should not have survived the collapse of any world. A compass. It was old, impossibly old, its bronze casing tarnished to black. The glass was cracked, but within the needle spun, not north, but wildly, chaotically, as if seeking something that had long since slipped free of reality. As the postman approached, the compass stilled. Its needle quivered, then jerked, pointing not toward any cardinal direction, but toward a thin alleyway between two half-fallen buildings. He hesitated. Something about that alley stirred a deep, aching fear inside him, a sensation so alien, he had to place a hand against a broken column to steady himself. The letter in his satchel pulsed harder, insistent. Go. The postman pocketed the broken compass, slinging the satchel tighter across his body, and stepped into the alley. The air grew colder with each step. The alley twisted upon itself, defying logic, sometimes wide as a courtyard, sometimes narrow enough that he had to turn sideways to slip through. At its end, he found a door, not a grand entrance, but a humble wooden door, scarred and peeling, hanging crookedly on rusted hinges. There was no building around it, just the door, standing alone in the mist. Carved into its surface were a series of strange runes, shapes that shifted if he looked too closely, as if shy of being understood. At the door's center, set deep into the wood, was a keyhole shaped like an eye. The postman reached into his coat more by instinct than thought, and found something cold against his palm. It was the compass, but now it had changed. The compass needle had vanished, and in its place there nestled a tiny iron key, delicate and old. He fit it into the door's lock. For a long, breathless moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sigh like the release of centuries, the door swung inward. Beyond was not another ruined city. It was a corridor made of mist and shadow, lined with countless doors on either side. Some were grand, framed in marble and gold. Others were humble, patched with broken wood and cloth. Some glowed faintly, others wept tears of smoke. Above the corridor hung a ceiling of stars, not real stars, but memories of stars, flickering and shifting restlessly. The postman stepped through the threshold. The door closed behind him without a sound. He was committed now. As he walked, the doors began to hum, each vibrating at a different pitch. It was not unpleasant, more like a symphony of lost chances and untold stories. Occasionally, one door would swing open just a crack, revealing a glimpse, a library where books floated through the air like jellyfish, a field where paper birds nested in skeletal trees, a child's bedroom, untouched by time, filled with forgotten toys. But the postman knew none of these were his destination. The letter in his satchel remained cool, silent. He walked on. At last, at the very end of the endless hall, he found a door unlike any other. It was plain, unadorned, colorless, and across its surface, in letters only he could see, was written a single word: home. The letter in his satchel blazed hot against his chest. He stood there for a long time, unsure, afraid. The idea of home was a wound, a whisper, a hole in his memory he had not dared touch. But he had come too far to turn away now. With trembling fingers he drew the letter from his satchel. The wax seal crumbled at the touch of the door, disintegrating into 1,000 motes of golden dust. The door creaked open, revealing only darkness. Not an empty darkness, a waiting one. The postman took a breath that tasted of salt and smoke and wildflowers, all the scents of the letters he had carried for so long, and stepped into the dark. Behind him, the door swung closed with a final resonant click. Chapter 5. The Whispering Train Station. The darkness swallowed him whole. For a moment, or an eternity, the postman drifted weightlessly, with no sound but the slow, steady thud of his own heart, and the faint crackling of old paper from the letter now disintegrated into light. Then gradually, a low rumble stirred the dark, a sound like iron wheels on distant rails. A whistle, mournful and hollow, tore across the void, light bloomed, sudden and startling. The postman found himself standing on a railway platform, if it could be called that. The ground beneath his feet was cobbled together from memory, cracked flagstones, planks of wood, patches of soft grass. The platform stretched endlessly in both directions, dissolving into mist. Overhead, crooked lampposts leaned drunkenly, swinging dim orbs of yellow light that barely pushed back the gloom. And in front of him, breathing smoke and old dreams, waited the train. It was a strange machine, half locomotive, half something older and more unknowable. Its cars were stitched from different eras, gilded carriages with velvet drapes, rusted freight wagons, passenger cars riddled with bullet holes, and sleeper cars lined with faded photographs, instead of windows. The engine itself pulsed like a living heart, steaming with sighs and memories. Painted in cracked gold across the side of the lead car were the words, "The Memory Express." The postman adjusted the strap of his satchel, feeling the familiar but now lighter weight against his side. There were no new letters to deliver yet. This journey was no longer about others. It was about himself. The train's doors yawned open with a breath of cool air, scented faintly of old rain and burning leaves. Without hesitation, the postman stepped aboard. Inside, the train was eerily silent. No conductors, no other passengers, only empty rows of seats, each stitched with countless initials, the remnants of long-forgotten travelers. As he moved down the aisle, the train jerked into motion. Outside the windows, scenery flickered by, Though they were not ordinary landscapes, each window seemed to display a different scene: a festival under crimson banners, a desolate graveyard under a turquoise sky, a child blowing dandelions across a field that shimmered like glass. Every window, a memory. Some of them he almost recognized, like seeing an old photograph from a dream you forgot you had. The postman paused beside one of the sleeper compartments. Its door was slightly ajar. Curious. He nudged it open. Inside, the room was small, but tidy. A bed with a simple quilt, a worn trunk at its foot, and a single chair facing a window where rain streaked endlessly down the glass. On the small desk beside the chair lay a folded letter. It was not sealed. The postman approached carefully, as if afraid of disturbing a ghost. He picked up the letter and unfolded it. The handwriting was familiar, painfully so. It was his own. The letter read, "You once knew who you were. You once dared to dream beyond the fog. This journey will tear you open, but only through the breaking can you be made whole again. Find the station where you first forgot. There, the final delivery waits." The words blurred as he read them, the ink bleeding into the paper as though it wept. He set the letter down. The train's whistle shrieked again, but softer this time, almost gentle, like a lullaby. The postman moved back into the corridor, heart pounding. As the train rattled onward, the platform signs outside the windows flashed by, but they were not written in any known language. They were in symbols, images of things half remembered: a shattered locket, a door with no keyhole, a sun eclipsed by a bleeding moon. One sign, flickering badly, caught his eye. It showed a simple child's drawing, a boy standing under a great tree, holding a paper airplane. The same image he had seen in the oracle's vision. The postman felt a jolt inside him, like a string pulling taut. The train slowed. With a sigh of released steam, it came to a halt beside another platform, this one smaller, almost swallowed by creeping ivy and flickering shadows. There was no announcement, no fanfare, only a single lantern swaying above the door, casting a thin circle of light. The postman knew he had to disembark. He stepped down onto the platform. The mist here was thick and cloying, tasting of rust and old sorrow. Somewhere in the distance, he heard the faint strains of a music box playing a crooked lullaby. The station around him was little more than a ruin. Its benches were split and mossy. The ticket booth was shattered, its glass teeth still glittering among the weeds. But above the entrance archway, almost invisible beneath the grime and ivy, he could just make out the faded words, "First station of forget." A shiver raced down his spine. This was the place the letter spoke of, the place where he had first forgotten himself. The postman clutched the satchel to his chest. The empty satchel. He had no letter left to deliver, except for the one that lived now inside his very blood and bones. He crossed the broken threshold, stepping into the derelict station. Inside, the walls were papered with lost notices. Missing childhood dreams. Wanted. Last memories of summer. Reward. The name you once answered to. Each poster seemed to shudder slightly as he passed, as if trying to catch his attention, but he ignored them. He was moving toward the center of the station, where a great brass clock hung, its hands rusted in place at exactly midnight. Below the clock there was a door. Another door, simple and waiting. Painted in faded, flaking letters above the frame were the words, "Lost and Found." The postman took a slow breath. He reached for the doorknob. It was warm under his palm, thrumming with life. Slowly, he turned it and stepped through. Beyond the door, the station and the train and everything he had known collapsed into mist. Only his own heartbeat remained to guide him forward, into the next forgotten place, into the next memory he must reclaim, into himself. Chapter 6. The Vanished Village. The mist parted slowly, like a curtain drawn back by unseen hands. The postman stepped out of nothingness into a world that felt half-finished. The air was heavy, laden with a deep, aching stillness. Around him stretched the remnants of a village, but it was unlike any ruin he had ever seen. Here the houses were not just abandoned, they were unmade. Crumbling walls hung suspended mid-collapse, frozen in time like insects caught in amber. Paths wound in on themselves, leading to doors that opened onto nothing. There were wells with no bottom, trees with no roots, gardens where the flowers grew backward into the earth. Above, the sky was neither day nor night, but something in between, a pale silver wash, like old memory, worn thin by too much handling. The postman adjusted his satchel, though it was lighter than ever, and walked forward cautiously. Each step left a faint ripple behind him, as if reality itself were water, disturbed by his passing. There was no sign of life, no sound but the distant creaking of something forgotten, shifting under its own weight. Yet he felt eyes on him, not hostile, not welcoming, simply observing. At the center of the village stood a square, or what remained of one. A cracked stone fountain dominated it, its basin dry and split. Around the fountain stood several figures. At first glance they seemed like statues, pale, unmoving forms cloaked in the same silvery mist that veiled the village. But as the postman drew closer, he saw that they were not statues at all. They were shadows, human shapes, thin and translucent, barely clinging to the world. Some sat hunched on the broken benches. Others stood staring up at the frozen sky, their mouths moving silently, as if trying to remember how to speak. And somehow, impossibly, the postman felt a strange, twisting recognition. He knew these people, or rather, they knew him. As he approached, the nearest shadow stirred. Its form was indistinct, wavering at the edges like smoke, but its voice, though cracked and brittle, reached him clearly. "You are late," it rasped. The postman froze. Another figure stepped forward, a small shadow with a limp, dragging one foot behind the other. Its face was a blur, but something in its posture, its broken determination, made the postman's chest ache with a sharp, piercing sorrow. "You forgot us," the small shadow said, voice trembling. The others nodded, their faceless heads bobbing. The air grew thick with their collective grief, their unspoken accusation. The postman tried to speak, but the words withered in his throat. He did not know these people, or at least he could not remember them. Yet some deep part of him, buried beneath layers of forgetting, stirred with guilt and longing. Another voice, deeper and stronger than the rest, spoke from the back of the crowd. "You promised you would come back." The postman took a shaky step backward. "I don't remember," he whispered. It was the truth, but it felt like a betrayal to say it aloud. The shadows wavered, their forms flickering as if the very fabric of them was unraveling. "You chose to forget," one said, voice sharp as broken glass. "You left us behind," said another. "You left yourself behind," murmured the smallest one. The postman clutched at his satchel, but found no comfort there. The letters that had always guided him were gone. Now he carried only the heavy, fragile burden of his own unfinished story. In the center of the square, the fountain trembled. From a crack in its stone base, a tiny trickle of water began to seep, dark and glistening. The shadows turned toward it, as if drawn by some old instinct. The postman, too, felt the pull. He stepped closer. Reflected in the shallow, broken water was not the sky above, or the village around him. It was a memory, a little boy himself, though younger, his face unlined by duty or sorrow, sitting under a vast, ancient tree. He was clutching a bundle of paper in his small hands, folding the sheets into delicate shapes, planes, birds, boats, and writing letters addressed to nowhere. Letters filled with dreams of impossible places, prayers for lost things, apologies for mistakes not yet made. The boy's face was filled with a wild, radiant hope. The postman knelt beside the fountain, reaching out a trembling hand toward the image. The shadows gathered close behind him, watching, waiting. "You made us," they whispered. "We are your forgotten dreams. We are the pieces you abandon." The postman's fingers brushed the surface of the water. It rippled, distorting the memory, but not erasing it. A sudden, searing pain tore through him, not physical, but something deeper. A shattering of walls he hadn't known he'd built around himself. Memories rushed in, overwhelming. A boy lost in a house too large and too empty after a family fell apart. A boy who wrote letters to imaginary islands and sunken cities because the real world hurt too much. A boy who, growing older, abandoned those dreams one by one, forgetting even that they had once been his refuge. He staggered back from the fountain, gasping. The shadows did not move. They waited, because they knew. This was not a punishment. It was a reckoning. The postman bowed his head. "I am sorry," he said. The words felt brittle, inadequate, but he meant them with everything he had left. The smallest shadow limped forward. It reached out, its hand no more substantial than smoke, and touched the postman's sleeve. And for the first time he heard not accusation, but forgiveness. "It is enough that you remember." The village shuddered, cracks raced along the ground. The mist churned, swallowing the shadows, one by one. They did not scream. They simply dissolved, their burden finally laid to rest. The postman stood alone by the crumbling fountain. In the shallow pool, the last image lingered. A single paper plane, folded perfectly, bearing a name written in careful, childish script. His name, not Postman. His true name, almost, but not quite, within reach. He stepped back. Behind him, the mist swirled again, reshaping into a narrow path of light. The journey was not yet done, but he had taken the first true step toward becoming whole. Clutching the fading memory to his chest, the postman walked forward, into the mist once more, toward the next forgotten place, toward himself. Chapter 7. The Keeper of the Sundial. The mist rolled back like a tide, and the postman stepped into a world drowned in sunlight. At first the brightness was blinding. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, blinking rapidly, but the light remained strange, more golden than white, thick and heavy, almost as if time itself had congealed into visible beams. Before him stretched a landscape of broken time. Sunlight froze mid-air in jagged shafts. Shadows lay piled in heaps, tangling over one another, detached from any living form. Clocks, hundreds, perhaps thousands, littered the ground. Wristwatches cracked open like fallen eggs. Grandfather clocks tilted drunkenly. Hourglasses shattered into dunes of glittering sand. All ticking, all chiming, muttering, whispering. But none of them kept the same hour. Some spun backward, others rushed forward. A few twitched erratically, unable to decide. Above it all, towering in the heart of this strange desert, loomed a sundial. It was no ordinary sundial. The base was carved from stone older than memory, etched with symbols that seemed to crawl when looked at directly. Its gnomon, the pointed spike that casts a shadow, was forged from metal blacker than night, humming with a low resonant vibration that the postman felt deep in his bones. And standing beside the sundial, small against its massive presence, was a figure cloaked in rags of shadow and light. The keeper of the sundial. The keeper was neither old nor young. Their face was hidden beneath a hood stitched with constellations that shimmered faintly even under the heavy sun. They leaned on a crooked staff made of twisted wood and dangling pendulums, each swinging at its own erratic tempo. When the postman approached, the keeper turned to face him. "Late," the keeper said, voice layered with echoes, as if a dozen selves spoke at once. But perhaps not too late. The postman, feeling the growing weight of exhaustion in his soul, simply nodded. The keeper studied him silently for a long moment, then gestured toward the sundial. "You have forgotten more than most could ever know," they said. "And now the forgotten comes calling." The postman glanced at the sundial, noting that no shadow fell from its gnomon. The sun above blazed unchanging, but here no time passed. Or perhaps all time passed at once. "I seek the place where my story began," the postman said quietly, almost surprised to hear his own voice. The keeper chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "All stories begin at a sundial," they said cryptically. "Time is a wheel, and every wheel has a hub." They beckoned him closer. As the postman approached the sundial, he noticed strange carvings around its base, scenes of lives unfolding, a child planting a tree beneath twin suns, a scholar burning books to light a single lantern, a lover burying a heart-shaped locket in a well. Each scene was incomplete, each seemed familiar in a way that made his chest ache. The keeper tapped the gnomon lightly with their staff. Instantly the sundial's face shimmered. A spiral staircase of light unfolded downward from its center, leading into the earth. The keeper stepped aside, allowing him passage. "You must go below," they said. "Find the hour you lost." The postman hesitated, feeling the familiar twinge of fear rise within him. "Will I find my name?" he asked. The keeper's face, still hidden, tilted slightly. "You may find it," they said. "Or you may find why you gave it up." Without waiting for further answer, the postman stepped onto the staircase of light. It accepted his weight with surprising solidity, carrying him downward, deeper and deeper into the heart of the sundial. Below the surface, the air grew cooler. The staircase spiraled endlessly through a shaft where time itself seemed to bleed down the walls. One moment the stone was ancient and cracked, the next it gleamed new and untouched, then crumbled into dust before restoring itself again. Finally, the staircase ended at a circular chamber. At its center stood a simple pedestal. Upon it rested an hourglass, its glass clouded and imperfect, the sand inside swirling slowly without falling. Engraved into the pedestal were the words, "This was the moment you chose to forget." The postman approached cautiously. He reached for the hourglass, and as his fingers brushed the glass, the world ruptured around him. Visions crashed into him. A boy himself, crying beneath an old oak tree, clutching a torn letter in both hands. A voice, harsh and impatient, telling him dreams were childish. A door slamming. Loneliness folding over him like a shroud. The boy stood, wiped his face with the back of his sleeve, and whispered to no one, "Then I will forget. I will not hurt anymore." The hourglass trembled violently in the postman's hands. He saw more. Himself, older now, wandering empty roads, forgetting names, forgetting places, letting himself be remade as the postman because it was easier to carry others' letters than face his own. The hourglass cracked slightly. The keeper's voice echoed down from above. "Your forgetting was not taken. It was given. A bargain struck with yourself." The postman's knees buckled. He fell to the floor, clutching the hourglass to his chest. Tears welled in his eyes, hot and blinding. He had not been abandoned. He had abandoned himself. Through his tears he whispered, "I want to remember." The hourglass burst apart, releasing a storm of golden sand. The sand whirled around him, each grain a memory, a promise he had made, a hope he had buried, a love he had forsaken, and at the heart of it all, small and shining, a paper airplane, the one he had folded so many years ago, carrying a single simple wish scrawled in a child's shaky hand. "Please don't forget me." The postman reached out, took it gently in both hands, and as he did, the sands of time settled around him, wrapping him not in chains but in light. When he looked up, the staircase of light had returned, leading back to the surface. He rose, stronger now, carrying the paper airplane tucked close to his heart. As he ascended, he realized the journey was no longer about delivering letters to others. It was about delivering a final letter to himself. A letter of forgiveness. A letter of return. The keeper waited for him at the top, the sundial casting a long, clear shadow at last. "You have taken the first true step," the keeper said, voice filled with a gravity that made the air tremble. "But there are more memories to reclaim, more forgotten places to heal." The postman nodded. He was ready. The road stretched out before him once more, no longer shrouded entirely in mist. Each step forward would be a reclaiming. Each letter, a bridge back to who he once was, and who he might yet become. With the folded airplane in his satchel and hope rekindled in his chest, the postman set off toward the next broken place in the world, and the next broken piece of himself. Chapter 8. The Island That Sank Twice. The path from the sundial unraveled into a silver thread once more, winding its way across a vast, endless sea of mist. The postman followed it without hesitation now. Each step he took was lighter, surer, though he knew the hardest memories still waited ahead. The mist thinned gradually, replaced by the salty tang of brine and the deep, mournful sigh of unseen waves. Far ahead, rising out of the shifting grey like a wounded beast, lay the outline of an island. It was unlike any place he had visited before. The island looked both new and ancient, sharp cliffs and tangled forests wrapped in clouds, with towers of coral and bone twisting up like the remains of drowned cathedrals. Parts of it glittered with wetness, as if the tide had only recently receded. But even from this distance, the postman could feel it. This place did not belong to the world of the living, or even the properly dead. It had been erased, forgotten twice over, once when it drowned, and again when those who remembered it were themselves lost. And now he had come to find what was left. The silver path ended at a narrow dock of barnacle-crusted wood. A small boat waited there, no oars, no sail, just a shallow craft built from driftwood and old dreams. As he stepped into it, the boat stirred to life, gliding soundlessly across the misty waters. The ocean around him was not truly water. It shimmered like mercury, whispering in dozens of tongues, just below hearing. Sometimes the whispers sharpened into words. "Come home. You left us. Remember?" The postman closed his eyes, clutching the paper airplane tucked safely in his satchel. He would not be turned aside. He would remember. The boat bumped gently against a shore littered with broken statues and torn banners. Beyond the beach, the island rose sharply into hills cloaked in heavy, dripping foliage. And on the highest point, barely visible through the mist, stood the ruins of a lighthouse. It was different from the one he had visited before. This lighthouse was shattered almost to the foundations, its skeletal remains leaning at impossible angles. Its light, once a beacon against darkness, was long extinguished. Yet the postman knew that was where he must go. The climb was treacherous. The island fought him at every step. The earth shifted beneath his feet. Vines snatched at his ankles. The very air seemed to grow thicker, as if trying to weigh him down, to make him forget again. More than once he stumbled, bruising hands and knees, but he pushed on, because he could feel it now, closer with each heartbeat, a piece of himself hidden in this broken place, waiting to be found. Halfway up the cliffs, he came upon a figure sitting among the stones. It was not human. It was something older, a creature woven from seaweed and driftwood, its eyes like deep tide pools, its voice a low, bubbling sigh. The creature watched him approach with ancient weariness. "You seek the lighthouse," it said, voice sloshing like waves against a hull. Postman nodded. "Many have come," the creature murmured. "None have returned whole." "I am not whole now," the postman said. The creature's mouth twisted into something that might have been a smile. "You sank with the island once," it said. "You let yourself drown. Now you must choose. To remember why you sank, or to sink again." Without waiting for a response, the creature dissolved into a scatter of foam and mist. The postman was alone once more. He pressed onward. At last, he reached the lighthouse ruins. Up close, it was worse than he had imagined. The stones were slick with salt and covered in barnacles. Shells crunched underfoot as he crossed the threshold into what remained of the base. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of rust and old smoke. The central staircase had long since collapsed. The walls were scorched, blackened by some ancient fire, and littered with broken mirrors. The postman moved carefully among the debris. At the heart of the ruin, he found a shallow basin, perhaps once the keeper's fire pit, filled now with still, dark water. It reflected nothing. He knelt beside it. The water seemed to hum, vibrating softly as he leaned closer. And then, a face rose from the depths. His own, but younger, wilder, filled with fury and grief and desperation. The reflection spoke without moving its lips. "You abandoned your hopes here. You let them drown. You could not bear the weight of them. You ran." The postman flinched. Memories surged. A dream he had once cherished. To build something that would last. A beacon against the dark. The crushing realization that no one had ever truly seen him. Not the boy with letters in his hands. Not the man who delivered hope in secret. The moment he had climbed the lighthouse's steps, heart full of bitterness, and cast his dreams into the sea, rather than risk them breaking. The island had sunk under the weight of his lost hopes, and when it had tried to rise again, he had abandoned it a second time. Not just forgotten, betrayed. The water trembled. A shape floated up from the depths, a rusted lantern, still faintly glowing, cradling a fragile light inside. The postman reached out. The lantern was cold in his hands, heavier than its size suggested. As he cradled it, the light inside brightened, just slightly. Enough. A voice, softer now, rose from the mist swirling through the ruins. "It is not too late to relight what was extinguished." The postman rose to his feet, clutching the lantern close. Outside the broken walls, the mist began to clear. From the ruined lighthouse's peak, he could now see the whole island stretched below him, its sunken parts rising slowly, bravely, into the light. It would never be whole again, but it would endure. As could he. He descended the cliff slowly, reverently, carrying the lantern as he might carry a wounded bird. At the beach, The small boat waited. The postman climbed in, setting the lantern at his feet. The boat stirred, pushing back out into the mist. As the island faded behind him, he saw the ruins gleaming softly, like a memory not erased, but honored. He closed his eyes, another piece of himself reclaimed. Another letter, written long ago in sorrow, finally delivered. And still, the journey ahead stretched onward. But now he was no longer only carrying letters for the forgotten. He was carrying himself, memory by memory, toward the final truth. Chapter 9. The Garden of Unwritten Stories. The sea of mist gave way once more, and the boat, lightened by the memory he had reclaimed, carried the postman onward, deeper into the folds between worlds. Above him, the sky had shifted again. Where once there had been only void and drifting ruin, now there stretched a canopy of soft, living green veined with threads of silver light. It was as though he drifted beneath the belly of some immense, slumbering forest. A new scent filled the air, the fresh, crisp promise of rain mingled with the deep, loamy aroma of earth. After a storm, life, possibility. When the boat finally brushed against solid ground, it was not sand or stone beneath it. It was grass, lush, soft and humming faintly with a music too deep for ears, something you felt in your ribs and bones rather than heard. The postman stepped ashore, lantern in hand, the paper airplane still tucked safely in his satchel. Before him stretched a garden, like none he had ever imagined. It was endless, a labyrinth of twisting paths and towering hedges, bursting with flowers that glowed faintly in every color the heart could name, and many it could not. The blooms swayed without any breeze, as if moving to a silent rhythm only they could hear. Some flowers resembled roses, their petals unfolding in impossible fractal patterns. Others looked like small, trembling lanterns, dripping golden pollen that evaporated before it touched the ground. The postman stepped forward, heart pounding softly against his ribs. Instinct told him what this place was. The Garden of Unwritten Stories. He wandered between the blooms. Each flower he passed seemed to exude a particular feeling, a sharp, bright pop of adventure, a deep, aching note of a love never spoken, the bittersweet tang of victories unclaimed. He realized, slowly, that each flower was not just any unwritten story. They were his unwritten stories. Dreams he had abandoned, paths he had never walked, choices left unexplored. As he moved deeper into the garden, the flowers grew denser, taller, their colors more vivid. One particularly large blossom, shaped like a bell, trembled as he approached. Curious, the postman reached out and brushed it with his fingers. Immediately, a vision bloomed in his mind. A version of himself standing on a stage, speaking words that shook and healed a waiting crowd. A life of expression, of voice, of being seen. But the vision flickered, twisted, and faded. He had abandoned that path long ago, convinced no one wanted to hear him. The flower drooped slightly at his touch, not with anger, but with sadness. He pressed onward. In a shaded alcove of the garden, he found another wonder. A tree, impossibly vast, its bark stitched with fragments of unwritten songs, unfinished poems, half-dreamed inventions. Its roots burrowed into the mist itself. Its branches stretched up and up, bearing strange fruit. Orbs of light, pulsing softly. Beneath the tree sat a figure.
Not hostile.
Not welcoming, simply waiting. It was a young woman, or rather the memory of one, woven from strands of ink and smoke. Her hair was threaded with vines. Her skin was the pale brown of parchment left too long in the sun. She looked up as he approached, her eyes vast and deep. "You've come," she said, her voice a whisper of turning pages. The postman felt no fear. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice rough but steady. "I am the keeper of could have been," she replied. "I tend the stories you left unwritten." She rose gracefully, the garden seeming to part around her like a tide. "You wrote us once," she said, gesturing to the glowing blooms, the trembling vines, the humming trees. "Not with ink, but with heart, with wanting, with wonder." The postman swallowed hard. "I forgot," he said. I left them behind." The keeper shook her head gently. "You chose survival," she said simply. "But survival is not the same as living." She stepped aside, revealing a single path forward, a narrow trail wreathed in flowers so bright they almost hurt to look at. At its end, the postman could just make out a pedestal. Upon it rested a single flower unlike any other, a rose made of folded paper. It was fragile, it was unfinished, and yet it burned with more light than anything else in the garden. The keeper's voice softened. "This is your first story, the one you wrote before the world taught you to be afraid." The postman's hands trembled as he stepped onto the path. Each step seemed to stir the air around him, and the flowers lining the path bent low in reverence. When he reached the pedestal, he hesitated only a moment before reaching out. As his fingers brushed the paper rose, he was hit by a wave of feeling so strong it nearly knocked him to his knees. Joy, fear, wonder, pain, hope, loss. A child's voice, his voice, filled his mind. "I want to make something beautiful, even if no one ever sees it." The postman cradled the paper rose carefully. It was delicate, it was imperfect. It was him, and he realized, with a jolt of aching clarity, that even forgotten stories left seeds behind. They had been waiting for him, waiting to be remembered, waiting to be finished. The garden trembled. The flowers began to fold inward, their lights dimming not with sorrow but with peace. Their purpose had been fulfilled. The keeper of could have been bowed low, her form already beginning to dissolve into ink and mist. "Go," she whispered, "take your stories with you." The postman turned, clutching the paper rose against his chest, and made his way back toward the edge of the garden. The boat was waiting, bobbing gently against the misty shore. When he climbed in, the paper rose pulsed with a gentle, steady light, matching the faint glow of the paper airplane in his satchel. 2 pieces of himself reclaimed, 2 promises kept. The boat pushed off into the mist, carrying him onward. Ahead, somewhere beyond the veils of memory and forgetting, the next challenge waited. But now, for the first time in a very long time, the postman carried not only sorrow and loss, but hope, and that made all the difference. Chapter 10. The Storm of Silent Bells. The mist thickened once again, folding inward like heavy curtains as the postman's small boat sailed onward into deeper realms. The soft glow of the paper rose cradled in his lap, and the paper airplane nestled in his satchel were his only lights, twin stars guiding him through the gathering gloom. The air grew heavy, dense, still, and then, all at once, he heard it, or rather he did not hear it. Above the boat, the mist split open to reveal a churning sky, black and bruised with unshed storms, and dangling from that endless sky, suspended by threads of shadow, were bells. Thousands of them, huge cathedral bells, small silver sleigh bells, ship bells with barnacles crusting their sides, school bells, temple bells, every kind of bell ever made by human hands or forgotten by human memory. They swung in wild, erratic arcs, as if caught in some invisible wind, but they made no sound, not even the faintest whisper. Their silence was overwhelming, suffocating. It pressed down on the world like a great invisible hand. The boat shuddered as waves unseen began to buffet it. The postman gripped the sides, the paper rose tucked close to his chest, as a great and terrible stillness swallowed everything around him. The storm of silent bells had begun. It was not a storm of rain or thunder. It was a storm of absence, of all the things never said, of all the words swallowed back, of all the screams stifled before they could reach the air. The bells swung furiously now, their metal mouths gaping open, but still they gave no voice. The postman felt the pressure building, a vibration that started in his teeth, then his bones, then his heart, and with it came the whispers. "Why did you stay silent? Why didn't you fight? Why did you let them forget you?" Each unspoken accusation struck harder than any blow. He clutched the paper rose tighter, the glow of it dimming under the weight of the silence. The mist around him thickened into hands, dozens, hundreds, grasping, pulling at his arms, his legs, his throat. He tried to call out, but no sound emerged. He tried to move, but his limbs were heavy, sluggish, sinking. The postman was drowning, not in water, but in unvoiced grief. Through the growing haze he caught sight of something, a figure, standing on a shattered pier that jutted from the mist like a broken finger. The figure was cloaked in rags of shadow and smoke, its face hidden beneath a hood. In its hands it cradled a massive bell, the size of a carriage, its surface blackened and cracked, its clapper missing. The figure raised its head slowly, and the postman saw, reflected in the deep recesses of the hood, himself. Not the boy he once was, not the man he was becoming, but a version of himself that had given up. A hollow thing, filled only with echoes of fear and silence. The figure raised a hand, beckoning. The postman felt the pull. It would be so easy to drift into that silence, to let himself be forgotten completely, to lay down the burden of memory, of pain, of hope. He wavered. The silent bells swung harder, faster. The boat shuddered violently, almost capsizing. The hands of mist gripped him tighter. But through it all, pressed close against his chest, he felt a pulse. The paper rose, weak, but steady, a heartbeat, a reminder. With a cry, silent, but no less fierce, the postman drew the paper airplane from his satchel. Clutching both fragile things, memory and hope, he thrust them into the air. The paper rose and plane ignited with sudden, blinding light. The silence cracked, the bells above trembled. And then, sound, not a deafening peal, but something deeper, a single, pure note. The sound of a bell that had never been rung, finding its voice for the first time. The hands of mist recoiled, hissing and dissolving. The boat righted itself, steady once more. Above, the bells began to toll, slowly at first, then faster, in a great wave of song and sorrow and joy. Each bell's voice was different, a bell of forgiveness, a bell of courage, a bell of mourning, a bell of new beginnings. The hollow version of himself standing on the pier recoiled, clutching at its ears, its form unraveling into threads of shadow. The postman watched, heartbreaking and mending all at once. He did not hate the hollow self. He understood it now. The silence had been protection once, but protection could become a prison, and he was choosing freedom. The storm cleared. The bells, having sung their songs, faded back into the mist, leaving only a soft, shimmering echo behind. The path ahead lay open. The boat glided forward, propelled by the rhythm of the bell's last notes. The postman sat down carefully, the paper airplane and rose, now both glowing steadily, resting in his lap. He had weathered the storm of silent bells. He had reclaimed his voice, not loud, not brash, but steady, true, enough to carry him forward. And ahead, beyond the mists, the next forgotten place waited. He would be ready. He would not forget again. Chapter 11. The meeting with the first postman. The mist thinned, but it did not vanish. Instead, it hardened into pillars and arches, forming the broken skeleton of a cathedral too large for any world the postman knew. The boat scraped softly against a causeway of worn stone. The postman stood, gathering the paper rose and paper airplane, his talismans, and stepped ashore. The causeway led through a colonnade of statues, each frozen mid-stride, cloaked figures bearing heavy satchels over their shoulders. Some bowed under the weight. Others stood tall, defiant, one hand raised as if offering their burden to the sky. Each face was different, young and old, hopeful and bitter, joyful and weary. But one thing united them all: their eyes. Eyes that held the deep, endless sadness of those who carried others' stories and forgot their own. The postman moved among them with quiet reverence. He understood now. Each statue was a postman, or postwoman, or postchild, whatever names they had once borne, who had taken up the same task he had unknowingly continued. Deliverers of memory, carriers of hope for the lost and forgotten. But none of them had been eternal. Each had eventually been claimed by the road, becoming part of the great forgotten landscape they once wandered. Would that be his fate too? Or was there another way? At the end of the colonnade stood a door, massive, carved from dark wood that shimmered with threads of gold. No handle, no keyhole. Simply a mark burned deep into its surface, an open envelope, its seal broken. The postman reached out. The door opened at his touch, with a sound like the sighing of a great beast finally allowed to rest. Beyond was a library, but unlike any library he had ever seen. The walls stretched infinitely upward, lined with shelves stuffed with letters. Not books, not scrolls, only letters, millions of them, each sealed with wax, each humming faintly with the energy of forgotten emotions. The air was heavy with the scent of old paper, candle wax, and longing. And in the center of it all, sitting atop a simple wooden stool, was a man. The man was old, older than memory, older than the ruins outside, perhaps older than forgetting itself. His hair was white as frost, falling in wild, tangled locks around his shoulders. His coat was a patchwork of dozens of male uniforms from different eras, stitched together with silver thread. His hands were calloused, ink-stained, the nails cracked and bitten short. But his eyes were bright, piercing, sharp, alive. They lifted as the postman entered, and for a moment, the world seemed to still. Said the man, his voice dry but not unkind. So you finally made it. The postman swallowed. The paper rose fluttering slightly in his grip. Are you? He began, unsure how to finish the question. The old man smiled, and the light around him seemed to dim, drawing all focus to that weathered, knowing face. I was the first, he said simply. The first to take up the satchel. The first to walk the broken roads between forgetting and memory. He stood slowly, every movement deliberate. And you, he said, are the latest. The postman stepped forward, drawn by the gravity of this ancient figure. Why? He asked softly. Why deliver letters to places that no longer exist, to people who are already gone? The old man chuckled. Because memory matters, he said. Because even if a place is lost, even if a name is forgotten, the story still happened. And stories deserve to be carried, deserve to be delivered. He gestured broadly to the vast library around them. Every letter here is a promise, he said. A tether tying the world together. Without them, everything would unravel. He studied the postman keenly. But it is not an easy task, he said. And every postman, every carrier pays a price. The postman nodded. I forgot myself, he said. I let go of who I was. The old man's smile was gentle, almost sad. We all did, he said. That was the cost of carrying so much for so many. But, he added, stepping closer, you are different. You came seeking not only to deliver, but to remember, to reclaim. He reached into the folds of his patchwork coat and withdrew a letter. It was simple, unsealed, blank. He offered it to the postman. This is the final delivery, he said. The hardest of all. The postman took the letter, feeling its weight settle into his hands like a living thing. What am I delivering? He asked. The old man met his gaze, his eyes bright and steady. Yourself, he said. And where must I deliver it? The postman asked. The old man smiled, a smile filled with pride and sorrow and endless hope. To the place you most fear to go, he said. The place you abandoned when you first chose to forget. The postman felt a tremor pass through him. But you won't be alone, the old man added. He pointed to the paper rose and paper airplane, still glowing softly. You carry your first hopes, your first dreams. You carry all those you have helped, even if you do not remember them all. You carry the road itself. He placed a hand briefly on the postman's shoulder. You are more than a messenger, he said. You are a bridge. He stepped back, fading slowly into the mist that now crept into the library. But every bridge must cross something, he said, his voice distant now. And you must cross yourself. The library began to dissolve around the postman. The shelves collapsed into rivers of ink. The letters folded themselves into birds and took flight, vanishing into the mist. The wooden floor crumbled into a path of starlight, leading forward. The postman clutched the blank letter to his chest, feeling its silent promise. He stepped onto the path. Ahead, somewhere beyond the folds of mist and time, the place he feared most waited for him. And he would go there, not as a hollow shadow, not as a forgotten name, but as himself, whole, true, ready. Chapter 12, The Truth Beneath the Lake. The starlit path wound forward, shimmering and fragile beneath the postman's boots. Mist curled low across the ground, but it was different here. Lighter, almost luminous, as though infused with hidden memories aching to be seen. The blank letter pulsed gently against his chest with each step he took. The paper rose, and the airplane, tucked safely at his side, seemed to whisper encouragement only he could hear. He was getting close. He could feel it in his bones, the way a traveler feels the sea before it comes into sight. Ahead, the mist began to part, revealing a strange and haunting place. A lake, perfectly circular, still as polished glass, so still, in fact, that it mirrored the silver sky above, without a ripple, an endless reflection locked in place. The postman stood at the shore, pebbles crunching softly beneath his boots. There was no wind,
No birds.
no sound at all, only the lake, the mirror, and himself. And at the very center of the water, impossibly far and yet close enough to see clearly, floated an island, a fragment of land no bigger than a room, upon which stood a single door, a door carved of black wood, identical to the door he had seen at the first station of forgetting, the door that led inward. He knew, with a deep certainty, that the final journey lay across that water. But there were no boats here, no path, no bridges. The only way across was through the water, through the reflection, through himself. He stepped to the water's edge. The lake's surface did not move. It was like stepping toward a second world, one that looked back at him with cold, unreadable eyes. His own reflection waited, standing opposite him on the mirrored shore. For a moment, the postman thought it was simply himself, inverted, but then he saw the differences. The reflection was sharper somehow, tired, worn. Its satchel was heavier, bulging with unspoken regrets. Its coat was darker, patched not with dreams but with scars. The reflection stared at him, its eyes hollow, its mouth a grim line. And then, without warning, it stepped forward, onto the surface of the lake, not sinking, walking, straight toward him. The postman did not move. He could feel the blank letter burning hot against his heart, the rose and airplane trembling at his side. He understood. This was not just a reflection. This was every version of himself he had abandoned, every fear he had not faced, every hurt he had buried deep beneath forgetting. The reflection stopped a few feet away. It spoke. "You think you can carry yourself across," it said, "but you can't. You are broken. You are a letter that was never written, a bridge to nowhere." Its voice was low, edged with bitterness. The postman swallowed hard. "I am not broken," he said softly. The reflection's lip curled into a sneer. "You left everything behind," it hissed. "Your dreams, your voice, your name." "I had to survive," the postman said, more firmly. "And now," the reflection challenged, "you think picking up a few broken pieces will make you whole? You think remembering makes you worthy?" The postman felt the old familiar shame rising inside him, like dark water flooding his chest. But then he looked down at what he carried. The paper rose, delicate yet uncrushed. The airplane, still bright with hope. The blank letter, burning with the chance of a new story. He looked up. "No," he said. "I don't have to be perfect. I only have to be true." The reflection faltered. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across its face. "You need me?" it said desperately. "Maybe," the postman said. "Maybe I do." He stepped forward and embraced the reflection. It shuddered violently in his arms, the hollow weight of sorrow, regret, and fear struggling against him. But the postman held on. He embraced the loneliness, the mistakes, the moments he had wished he could forget. He embraced himself. The reflection collapsed into light. It burst into 1,000 silver shards, each one humming a note of a forgotten song. The lake's surface rippled outward in great concentric circles. The world shifted. The mist peeled back, revealing the true nature of the water. It was not a barrier. It was a bridge, not to somewhere else, but to the very center of himself. The postman stepped forward. The lake bore his weight now, solid and shimmering beneath his feet. Each step he took was a vow. "I will not forget. I will not abandon. I will not run from who I am." He crossed the lake with steady strides, the reflection of the silver sky warping around him, pulling closer, folding inward like the petals of a flower. When he reached the island, he stood before the black door. It was smaller now, almost humble. There was no lock, no seal, only the faint lingering pulse of memory beyond it. The postman took out the blank letter, and for the first time he wrote his true name across it. Not in ink, but in the deep golden light that poured from his own heart. The name he had forgotten, the name he had reclaimed. He tucked the letter into the crack of the door. The door swung open soundlessly. Inside was only light, warm, gentle, welcoming. Without hesitation, the postman stepped through. Behind him, The lake stilled once more. Above, the sky brightened from silver to deep dawn-touched gold. The last remnants of forgetting drifted away, like mist burned off by morning. The postman was no longer only the carrier of others' memories. He was the carrier of his own story too. And ahead, waiting, unseen, lay the next place, the next chapter, the next beginning. But this time, he would walk forward whole. Chapter 13, The City of Forgotten Names. The light that had filled the door gradually softened, dissolving into a pale gold mist. The postman stepped forward, blinking against the shifting brightness. When the light cleared, he found himself standing at the edge of a city. It was vast, far larger than any place he had passed through before, sprawling out in every direction until it vanished into the misty horizon. Towers of stone, glass, and rusted metal rose like broken fingers. The streets twisted into impossible spirals, some climbing into the sky, others disappearing straight into the ground. Bridges arched over empty air, and staircases ended abruptly in walls. The air buzzed faintly with static, as if every stone hummed with an ancient unfinished thought. But the most unnerving thing about the city was its silence. Not the comfortable silence of an empty room, nor the sacred hush of a forgotten temple. This was a hollow silence, the silence of things that had been erased. The postman walked slowly into the city, boots clicking against cracked cobblestones. As he moved deeper, he noticed the signs hanging from lampposts, painted onto shop windows, carved into doorways. They were blank. No names. No title. No numbers. Nothing to anchor the city to meaning. A heavy feeling settled into his chest, as if the very air was trying to erase him too, stripping away the letters of his name, one by one. He clutched the paper rose, and airplane closer. The blank letter, now carrying his true name, still glowed faintly against his chest, a fragile beacon of identity in a sea of forgetting. At a crossroads where 7 streets converged, the postman found the first inhabitants. They moved through the city like ghosts, men and women, children and elders, all wandering with vacant, glassy eyes. Each wore a heavy tag around their necks, tarnished brass plates where a name should have been engraved. But the plates were blank. As he watched, some of the figures paused, touching the empty tags with trembling fingers, as if trying to remember something long lost. Others simply drifted onward, aimless and silent, fading at the edges like paper left too long in the rain. The postman felt the pull of their sorrow. He wanted to call out, to help, to give them their names back, but he understood, deep in his bones, that this was not his task. Not yet. He had his own name to protect first. If he lost it here, he would become one of them. Another blank soul, another forgotten echo. He pressed onward, deeper into the city's twisting heart. The streets narrowed, the buildings leaning closer overhead, casting long, angular shadows that seemed to whisper, "Who are you? What gives you the right to remember? What makes you think you're different?" The postman kept walking, head high, each step a refusal to forget. He passed more signs. A cracked theatre marquee that once might have announced a grand performance, now only a blank rectangle. A park entrance with a gate swung half open, the name of the park wiped clean. A mural painted on the side of a crumbling building, an explosion of color, faces, dreams, and yet all the faces were blurred beyond recognition. At the center of the city, he came upon a wide plaza. At its center stood a monument, or what had once been one. Now it was only a jagged pedestal with no statue, no plaque, no memory of what had been honored there. Around the plaza's edges, figures gathered, hundreds of them, watching him with hollow, desperate eyes, waiting. A low, thrumming vibration filled the air. From beneath the cracked stones of the plaza, something began to rise. A shape, slow and inevitable. At first it seemed only mist, but then it coalesced into a figure, tall, cloaked in shifting veils of fog. Its face was blank, no eyes, no mouth, no features at all, and yet it radiated an immense, terrible gravity. The warden of forgetting, the postman knew, without being told, that this was the force that ruled the city of forgotten names. It did not destroy with violence. It simply erased, softly, steadily, without resistance. It lifted one long, pale hand and pointed at him. Immediately, the postman felt it, the pull, the unraveling, the attempt to strip away the fragile light he carried inside. the memories, the hopes, the name he had reclaimed. The paper rose, and aeroplane dimmed. The blank letter trembled against his chest. The warden's voice, when it spoke, was not a sound but a sensation, a vibration in the marrow of his bones. Forget, lay down your burden, become nothing, and no peace. The figures at the plaza's edge watched, some weeping silently, others reaching out with hands that could no longer hold anything. The postman wavered. The temptation was terrible. To be nothing, to have no past to grieve, no hopes to fail. Only the endless, merciful blankness. But then he remembered the first letter he had ever written. The paper airplane folded by trembling hands. The paper rose grown from unwritten stories, and the journey he had made through storms and gardens and shattered lighthouses to reclaim himself. He remembered his true name, burning bright as a star inside him. The postman stepped forward. Slowly, steadily, he reached into his satchel and drew out the blank letter, held it high, and spoke aloud, his voice clear, unwavering. I am not nothing. I have a name. I have a story. The plaza shuddered. The mist recoiled. The warden of forgetting faltered, the veils around it fraying at the edges. The figures watching from the plaza gasped, some in awe, some in terror. The postman pressed on. He unfurled the letter. The name he had written there burned brighter than the noonday sun. And as he spoke it aloud, truly, fully, the city changed. The blank signs split open, letters blooming across their surfaces like vines regrowing after a fire. The names returned. The park was called Memory's Rest. The theater was the House of First Dreams. The mural revealed smiling faces, now radiant with life. The people around him shuddered as faint glimmers of recognition returned to their eyes. Some wept openly, some clutched at their hearts. Some fell to their knees. The warden let out a low, keening wail, a sound like paper tearing and stars dying, and dissolved into mist, scattering to the four winds. The city of forgotten names was no longer forgotten. It lived again. The postman stood alone in the center of the plaza, the blank letter still glowing in his hand. But it was not blank anymore. It was filled, edge to edge, with his story, his truth, his journey, his name, and he knew, finally, fully, he was ready for the last delivery. He turned toward the next road, a new path opening before him, a path that would lead to the place of his true beginning, the place where the final letter must be delivered. And this time, he would not walk as a shadow or a carrier for others. He would walk as himself, whole, homeward bound. Chapter 14. The letter opens. The city behind him glowed softly under a sky that was neither night nor day. A place reclaimed from forgetting, a place where names and faces had bloomed anew. But the postman did not linger. The path before him beckoned, paved not with stone or dust, but with woven strands of golden light. Each step he took shimmered with possibility, and though the city still murmured behind him, grateful, sorrowful, alive, he knew his work there was done. Ahead, beyond the reach of any world he had known, something waited. The final delivery, the final truth. The paper airplane and the paper rose pulsed gently at his side, but it was the letter he had carried across forgotten villages, drowned islands, silent storms, and broken cities, that now demanded his full attention. It vibrated with a low, urgent hum against his chest. It was ready, and so was he. He stopped walking when the road ended. There was no grand gate, no crowd, no final temple, only a simple clearing carpeted in wildflowers whose petals shimmered like glass. At the center of the clearing stood a single stone table, ancient and cracked. Upon it, carved deep into the surface, were the words, "The story only you can write." The postman approached slowly, reverently. He drew the letter from his coat. It was no longer blank. Faint lines of golden writing danced across its surface, like watercolors still drying. The seal, once heavy wax, had softened into something like sunlight captured in thin crystal. For the first time, the letter no longer pulsed with unread tension. It radiated calm, acceptance, an invitation. The postman laid the letter gently on the stone table. As he did, a soft breeze stirred the clearing. The wildflowers swayed. The golden path behind him shimmered and dissolved. and the sky deepened into a velvet dusk, scattered with trembling stars. The letter opened of its own accord. No violence, no breaking. It simply bloomed. The postman watched as the golden writing unfolded upward, lifting off the paper in delicate tendrils of light, shaping themselves into images, memories, futures, dreams, all woven together. He saw a boy sitting beneath a giant oak tree, folding letters and paper planes. A young man lost in fog, clutching his empty satchel with shaking hands. A bridge made of forgotten hopes. A city where names were sung into being. A lighthouse, relit after 1,000 years of darkness. Bells tolling in a sky of broken stars. And he saw himself, not just one version, but all of him. The dreamer, the coward, the carrier, the creator. All the selves he had been, and all the selves he had yet to become, woven together into a single burning truth. At the heart of the light, words coalesced. You are the letter you have been trying to deliver. You are the story waiting to be written. You are the bridge between remembering and forgetting. You are enough. The postman fell to his knees. Overcome, tears blurred the golden light, turning it into a kaleidoscope of warmth and aching beauty. For so long he had believed he was only a messenger, a carrier of others' memories, a ghost treading paths that no longer mattered. But it had never been about delivering someone else's letter. It had always been about carrying his own story safely through the storms and ruins and silences. It had always been about believing that even a forgotten name, even a lost hope, could be found again and be worthy. The letter's light softened, settling into his hands. It no longer needed to be read. It had become part of him. The postman stood. No, not just the postman. He was himself again, whole, true, radiant with the countless tiny lights of every place he had touched, every memory he had honored, every step he had taken through the world's forgotten places. The paper airplane and the paper rose hovered beside him, their glow deepening, their forms sharper and stronger. They had changed too. They were no longer just symbols of old dreams. They were wings. They were seeds. They were beginnings. A breeze stirred the clearing again. This time, it carried a sound, a distant chime, a voice laughing, a door creaking open. The world beyond the clearing was awakening. New paths unfolded before him, real paths, living paths, not made of forgetting or fear, but of choice, of possibility, of becoming. The postman, no longer only the postman, smiled through his tears. He tucked the golden light of the letter close to his heart, took a deep breath of air, sweet with the scent of wildflowers and rain, and stepped forward into the new world. Behind him, the stone table remained. The letter, now empty of words, fluttered softly in the breeze before dissolving into motes of light. And inscribed deeper than stone, beyond even time's reach, remained the silent truth. A story once forgotten had been found, and it would never be lost again. Chapter 15. The Door of Beginnings. The path beyond the stone table was not a road of light, or mist, or memory. It was a living thing. A trail stitched together from countless moments of becoming, a laugh shared under rain, a promise whispered in the dark, a tear caught in the palm of a hand, a dream dared even when hope seemed impossible. The postman walked onward, his every step growing lighter, freer. He no longer carried burdens wrapped in grief and forgetting. He carried only himself. Ahead, the mist parted one last time, and there, rising from the earth as if it had always been waiting for him, stood the door of beginnings. It was nothing grand at first glance. No towering gates, no gleaming archways. Simply a wooden door set into the side of a colossal tree whose roots sprawled across the ground like sleeping dragons. The tree's bark was dark, knotted, ancient, beyond knowing. Its branches stretched high into the sky, weaving stars between their leaves. And at the center of its trunk, seamlessly fitted into the living wood, was the door. It pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat, alive, waiting. The postman approached slowly, reverently. Each step closer stirred a hum beneath his feet, as though the very world recognized him, welcomed him, acknowledged him. The door was unmarked, except for one thing. At its center, carved deep into the grain, was the symbol he had come to recognize across his journey. An open envelope, its seal broken, its contents spilling outward like seeds into the wind. It was not just the symbol of letters, it was the symbol of beginnings, of stories finally set free. The postman reached out and placed his hand flat against the wood. It was warm, it thrummed with life. A low, resonant voice, neither male nor female, neither young nor old, echoed in the space around him, speaking not into his ears, but directly into his heart. You have carried others' stories. You have remembered your own. You have crossed the forgetting and returned. Now you stand at the threshold. Choose. The door shifted beneath his hand, and then two pathways opened before him, not outward, but inward, unfolding like twin rivers through the fabric of his being. Each path was clear. No riddles, no tricks. The first path, step, remain as the postman of forgotten places, an immortal figure traveling the broken, hidden roads, carrying letters, delivering hope to lost souls and forsaken lands. Eternal, endless, noble, but lonely. A life of service, of witnessing, of never truly belonging to the world he touched. The second path, return. Lay down the satchel, lay down the endless journey, take up a mortal life once more, his own life, with all its pains and joys, its finite breaths, its fragile beauty, to love, to fail, to begin anew, to grow old, to die, a fleeting existence, but real. The postman closed his eyes. He felt the weight of both paths. The calling to help others was strong, deeply woven into who he was. But he also felt the ache of all he had missed. The moments not witnessed through letters, but lived. The laughter shared not with ghosts, but with friends. The stories not carried for others, but created for himself. He remembered the boy folding a paper airplane under the old oak tree, dreaming not of duties, but of possibilities. Dreaming of being seen, of being loved, of being known. He opened his eyes. There was no shame in choosing either path. Both were worthy. Both were true. But one called to his heart more strongly now, like a song he could not ignore. The postman, no longer just the postman, stepped back from the door. He drew the satchel from his shoulder, feeling the weight he had carried for what felt like lifetime's ease at last. He laid it gently at the roots of the great tree. The paper rose, and paper airplane floated from the satchel, circling him once, then folding themselves neatly into the earth, planting themselves like seeds. A promise that he would not forget. A promise that the forgotten places would always have someone who remembered, even if it was no longer him. He smiled, a real, unburdened smile. He placed his hand once more on the door, and this time it swung open. Beyond it was not mist, not memory, not the weight of forgotten things. Beyond it was life. A sunrise just beginning to burn away the dark, the smell of fresh bread baking in the distance, the sound of children's laughter, the slow, steady rhythm of a world alive and waiting. The world into which he could be born again. The world where he could write a new story, one not dictated by loss, but by choice, by hope, by love. The postman, no, the man, stepped through the door of beginnings. The door closed softly behind him, and the great tree at its heart sighed with contentment, its leaves scattering starlight across the clearing. The satchel and its memory-sown seeds rested at the roots, waiting. The road of forgotten places still stretched onward, invisible to most. And someday, another might take up the satchel. Another soul wandering the crossroads of remembering and forgetting. But for now, the man walked forward, each step lighter, each breath fuller, each heartbeat truly, gloriously his own. And overhead, the first birds of morning took flight, carrying the promise of 1,000 unwritten stories, still waiting to be lived. Chapter 16. Memory Reclaimed. The sun rose slowly, as if it too were awakening from a long forgetting. Golden light spilled across the hills, gilding the tops of trees, brushing rooftops with soft fire, and coaxing warmth from the dew-soaked earth. And among the golden haze, a figure walked down a dirt road, bare feet brushing against soft grass and loose stones. He was no longer dressed in a coat patched with the remnants of memory, no longer burdened with a satchel humming with sorrow. He wore simple clothes, a linen shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows, and soft trousers stained slightly at the knees from kneeling in the grass. The man who had once been the postman moved slowly, not with weariness, but with wonder, like someone remembering how to walk, how to be. Each breath was an act of discovery, each heartbeat a step forward in a life newly his own. He came upon a village, not a ghost village, not a ruin, a real village, alive. Children played in the street, laughing as they chased ribbons of wind. Vendors called out to one another, their hands dusted in flour and sun. Smoke curled gently from chimneys, and someone strummed a guitar on a balcony, the tune light and wandering. No one recognized him, and that was as it should be. He was not here to be recognized. He was here to live. He passed the baker's window, breathing in the scent of fresh bread. He stopped to let a dog lick his hand. He watched a group of elders sitting on a bench, trading stories over cups of something steaming and sweet. And as he watched, he smiled, not the sad smile of a man who remembers what cannot be reclaimed, but the full, bright smile of a man who has returned from a long, long journey and finally stepped inside his own skin. That night, he found a small house on the edge of a hill. It was old, but cared for. A garden surrounded it, overgrown but vibrant, filled with herbs and wild flowers. A path led from the gate to a crooked wooden door, painted blue. He didn't know who had left it for him. Perhaps no one. Perhaps it had simply waited. He stepped inside. Dust motes danced in the fading light that streamed through wide windows. There were no letters here, no ticking clocks, no forgotten names waiting to be reclaimed. Just a table, a chair, a bed, and a desk. He ran his fingers over its surface. It was smooth, worn by time and touch. A small stack of blank paper sat on one corner. A quill rested beside it. No instructions, no messages, only possibility. He sat down. For a long while he did nothing, only listened. To the wind in the grass, to the frogs calling from the creek nearby, to the sound of his own breath, steady and strong. Then, slowly, he picked up the quill and began to write, not a letter, a story. His story, from the beginning. He wrote about the road through the mist, the ruined cities, the sunken island. He wrote about the boy with the paper airplane, about the sundial, the bell storm, the garden, and the lake. He wrote about the shadows he embraced, the memories he stitched back together. He wrote about the letter with his name on it, the one that had never truly been sealed, only waiting to be understood. And when he reached the part where he stood at the door of beginnings, he paused. He smiled and wrote, simply. He chose life. He chose to stay. He set the quill down, folded the pages, placed them in the drawer, and went outside to sit beneath the stars. They were the same stars he had seen in the garden of unwritten stories. But they no longer whispered of what could have been. They sang, now, of what was, of what is, of what still may be. He closed his eyes and listened. Somewhere, in a place between dream and memory, he could still hear the soft rustle of his old satchel, the whisper of wings from a paper bird, the gentle toll of a bell at the edge of time. But they no longer called him away. They were a part of him, and he was here, fully, now. In the morning he would rise, tend the garden, walk the fields, maybe go into town for milk, or coffee, or conversation. And maybe, in the evening, he'd write again. Not because he had to, but because he wanted to, because he could. He had reclaimed something more powerful than memory. He had reclaimed himself, and in doing so, had become not the end of a story, but the beginning of one. Chapter 17. The Choice. The days began to pass not as burdens but as blessings. The man, formerly the postman, settled into a rhythm he had never known he longed for. He awoke each morning to birdsong and breeze, to sunlight slanting across a wooden floor and the gentle creak of a house that had learned how to breathe again. He brewed tea with mint from his garden. He watched dew bead on the petals of lavender. He let silence sit beside him like an old friend. And each night, as stars scattered across the sky like scattered memories returned to their rightful places, he wrote, not always about his past. Sometimes he wrote what he saw through the window, a girl teaching her dog to dance, a couple arguing gently over a loaf of bread, a boy who cried when his kite tore on the wind, but smiled again as he stitched it back together. Sometimes he wrote nonsense, dreams, riddles, questions that had no answers. Other nights, he simply watched the moon and said nothing at all. There was no satchel, no urgent letters, no broken roads calling his name. And yet, something in him still listened. One morning, as he watered the garden, he found a piece of folded parchment beneath the old willow tree. It had not been there the night before. There was no envelope, no seal, only 3 words, written in careful, familiar script. "Are you sure?" He read it twice, 3 times. His hands trembled. He knew what it meant. That night, as he sat at his desk, the room dimly lit by candlelight and the blue breath of moon through the windows, he stared at the words he had just written. He chose life. He chose to stay. He traced the sentence with his fingertip, then turned the page over and began to write something else. But what if choosing life was only the beginning? He paused. Outside, the wind stirred, rustling the trees in a way that sounded almost like voices, old companions from a former life. Whispers of places he had been, villages with names that no longer appeared on maps, lighthouses that now glowed again, gardens that bloomed because he had once paused to remember them. And the question echoed again. "Are you sure?" He stood and walked outside. The night was quiet, but not empty. It was full of possibility. He walked beyond the garden, down a path that didn't exist yesterday. At the end of that path, just beyond the edges of the known world, stood a figure, not cloaked in shadow or myth, not a version of himself, but someone entirely other. They wore simple robes. Their face was lined with time and laughter and sorrow. Their eyes held the kind of stillness that comes only from having seen too much and loved through all of it. The figure smiled at him. "You've done well," they said. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The choice sat in his chest, like a coin resting on the edge of being flipped. "You can stay here," the figure continued. "Truly. No more tricks. No more tests." They gestured behind him, toward the house, the garden, the desk filled with half-finished poems and sunlit breakfasts. "You have earned peace. You have remembered yourself. The cycle does not demand more." The man looked down at his hands. They were not the hands of a ghost anymore. They were solid, warm, capable. "But," the figure added, gently, "the satchel is still out there. The roads still wind. The letters still whisper." The man raised his head. "There will always be those who forget," the figure said, "and there will always be someone needed to remind them. Someone who walks between the cracks of the world and leaves kindness where pain once lived." The man exhaled slowly. It would not be the same life. He would not return as the postman he had been, but he could go back, if he chose, carrying his wholeness, his truth, and give from abundance, not from emptiness. He could live fully and serve fully, or he could stay, plant trees, write stories, love quietly and fiercely, and never look back. Both paths were true, and both were his to choose. He looked up at the stars, then at the figure, then at his own hands, and smiled. "I am sure," he said. But he never said what he was sure of. Not aloud, because the choice did not need to be spoken to be real. It lived in his breath, in his posture, in the way he turned not toward the figure, but toward himself. He reached into his coat pocket where he thought it had been long empty, and found a new envelope, not blank, not addressed, just waiting. He held it for a long moment, then tucked it away. Somewhere far off, a bell tolled, not in sorrow, but in joy, and the road opened once more. What choice did he make? Perhaps he walked back into his cottage, closed the door behind him, and lived a long life, surrounded by words and love, and growing things. Or perhaps he stepped forward, back onto the winding road, carrying a new satchel stitched not with grief but with purpose, and became a postman not of forgotten places, but of reminded ones. You may choose to believe either, or both, because the truest stories are not those with clear endings, but those with doors left open, and letters still to be written. Chapter 18. A new journey begins. Morning broke not with a blaze, but with a hush. The kind of morning that slips gently through the trees, touches the dew on each blade of grass, and does not ask for notice. The sky was painted in the soft colors of possibility, rose gold, pearl, and the tender blue of unspoken hope. And somewhere on a path between all places and none, a figure walked, not quickly, not urgently, but with purpose. A light satchel rested at his side, not too full, not too empty, made from simple cloth and stitched by hand. It bore no crest, no seal, no weight of legend. Only a small embroidered symbol at its corner. A letter, open and unsealed, with a trail of petals drifting from its envelope like falling stars. He had left behind titles, left behind the name Postman, though it would never truly leave him. What he carried now was not obligation, but invitation. What he walked now was not duty, but choice. The road beneath his feet was unlike the ones he'd known before. It was not paved in stone or cobble, not formed of light or shadow. It was a living path, emerging with each step he took, as though the world itself trusted him now to decide where it would go. To his left, fields blooming with forgotten songs. To his right, a forest where old dreams roosted in trees like birds learning to sing again. Ahead, a horizon that shifted constantly, villages not yet lost, towns in danger of being forgotten, people holding letters they did not know how to send. But now, someone was coming, someone who would listen, someone who would help them remember, someone who had once been lost himself, and who now knew the way home. In a quiet valley tucked between hills of lavender and cloud, he came across a child sitting alone on a weathered bench. The child clutched a torn envelope in small hands, the paper yellowed with time, the address long since worn away. Tears glittered at the corners of the child's eyes. "I don't know where to send it," they whispered. "I think it's too late." The man sat beside the child. He took the envelope gently, looked at it, felt it. It was filled with something fragile, not grief, but love. Untended, unspoken. He reached into his satchel and withdrew a thin sheet of paper. With a kind smile, he handed it over. "Write it again," he said. "This time, write it with everything you remember, and everything you hope they remember too." The child looked at him with wide eyes. "But where do I send it?" The man smiled and pointed up, toward the sky, where the first morning birds had begun to rise. "Wherever it needs to go," he said, and together they folded the letter into the shape of a bird. When the child let it go, it took flight, not with flapping wings, but with gentle grace, drifting on an invisible current. As it vanished into the morning light, the child turned to him. "What's your name?" The man thought for a moment, then chuckled softly. "I've had many," he said, "and I may have more. But today," he added, rising and slinging his satchel back over his shoulder, "you can just call me a friend who remembers." He touched the brim of an invisible hat, winked, and continued on his way. He would walk many paths in the days ahead. Some through towns so small they had vanished from maps. Some through people's hearts, when all they needed was someone to remind them that their words mattered. Sometimes he delivered a message. Sometimes he listened to one. Sometimes he helped others write the letter they were too afraid to begin. But always, he was there, not to erase pain, not to promise perfection, but to say, "You are remembered. You are enough. You matter." And far behind him, in the places he passed through, things began to change. A child found a note tucked into a hollow tree. "You are not forgotten." A grandmother woke with the sudden memory of a lullaby she hadn't sung in decades. A shuttered lighthouse flickered once, its lens catching the sunrise just right. The world, quietly, began to knit itself back together, one letter, one story, one soul at a time. And so, the journey never truly ended. Not for him, not for us. Because there is always something waiting to be remembered. Always someone waiting to be heard. Always a letter waiting to be written. And if you listen closely, on certain quiet mornings, in certain in-between places, you might just see him. A man with kind eyes and a well-worn satchel. Still walking, still remembering, still delivering the stories we're too afraid to lose. The end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Sweet dreams before you go. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.